I'll have you know, the 1 extra minute was on purpose because we're building a suspension bridge and I needed to keep you in suspense. Hi, Eve. Hi, Alyssa. Hi, Nim and Sue. Good to see you all. Ha, Alyssa gets it. All right. Without further ado, we have a bridge to build. I got that, Sue. What I don't get is this little bug. There we go. Okay, so here's the thing. We need to figure out exactly how much hacks. No hacks. Okay. Let's see. So we modified the bridge design a little bit. I'll show it to you as soon as we harvest the copper that we need. We need 808 weathered copper, or that's about 13 stacks. So that's where's axe? Let's find our axe and let's get to work. We have to harvest all of this copper. I wonder if I can put this in my offhands. And yes, I can. Sweet. I wonder if it's faster to do it this way. I still have to do it. Shit. This is gonna be interesting. So we need 808 of these greens, and I don't want to harvest any more than we absolutely have to, because it takes time to age copper, and we want to save as much of the extra as we can in its fully oxidized state. Just slow down and be intentional here. It's okay, they'll age again. I do love the copper blocks. Honestly, I think that Minecraft, when you get to this stage of a server, has how rude. Um, Minecraft, when you get to this stage of a server, has very little to offer that's truly valuable. I agree, Sooth. 100% agree. Um, Minecraft has little to offer that's truly valuable, and I think copper blocks are one of the things that are copper blocks and sponges. Because it's hard to give somebody a gift, in Minecraft, because everything is just obtainable. Let's put it here. That way we can have them all in a row and know exactly how many we have. Exactly, Eve. Like on this server, diamonds aren't even that valuable because we've made so many perimeters. We have all the diamonds. Like I have like 2 shulkers of diamond ore just sitting around. It's because your tax rate is so high. Eve, I do appreciate you mining diamonds for me. Oh, for God's sake. Eve, I'm sure someone has less diamonds than you. It's like, last I checked, your center chest is getting pretty full. Okay, but that's like me, Joseph, and Vex, and you. I don't know who else is active. Oh, okay, that's also wrong. Oh yes, because Veilance is very bad at Minecraft. Like, she's excellent at building. She's so bad at the game. She dies in situations where nobody should die. Like, I used to give her gear just to be nice, and she'd say, I'm just gonna lose this. We love felines, though. Her base is so good. Ancients. Now I'm gonna have to take a shower tonight, so thanks for that. Welcome in, Amber. Good to see you. Ooh, love roadside furniture. So often it's trash, but occasionally you find something good. My friend in St. Louis, in her neighborhood, there's constantly furniture on the side of the road, and it's often nice stuff. And she got herself a table recently, and on the on the underside of the table, it said, "To Linda, with deep love, Tom, 1978." It's so cute. What's wrong with Linda? I hope so too. Well, that's good to know. Okay, so we need like 13 stacks, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, we're getting close. Yeah. I don't know, maybe they were just. Maybe Tom and Linda are still happily together, but needed the room in the house for something. I'm hoping that's the case. Gotcha. What kind of furniture, Eve? Okay. But entertainment centers are such an interesting concept. I had one growing up, and it had a spot for the TV and a spot for your stereo system with the receiver and the CD player and the tape deck. But the thing was, like, those things limit the size of your TV. And especially when you have like a flat screen, they don't really work. Exactly. Honestly, I don't know what became of that thing. I don't think my parents moved it to their house when they. My parents moved when I was in college, and I don't think they took it with them. Okay, this should be enough. So then, let's do some math here. So the chapters are separate. We need grades. So with the stone cutter is magic for copper. With the crafting table, cut copper, for example, is 1 to 1. You put in 4 of the regular copper, you get 4 the cut copper. With the stone cutter, it's 1 to 4. So you put in 1 copper, you get 4 cut copper. It's amazing. So we don't need quite as much as this. Let me do the math here. So each one of these. Let's double check the chisel copper and see. But I think it's fine. Minecraft Wiki. Chiseled copper. Stone cutter. Ooh, it's a 1 to 4. Okay. I'll take it. So each one of these is going to produce. So we need to add these up, and then we need to divide by 4 to get the number of copper blocks that we need for these. So that's going to be 126 plus 96. Oops, not times 96. We'd be here for a week. Crafting table is whack. Because here's the thing. Crafting table, you put in 6 of a block, for example, to make a stair, and then you get 4 stairs. Despite the fact that you could just cut off the corner of each block, and you get at least 6 stairs. But I do like that it gives you a reason to use a stone cutter. I was born in Minecraft with a stone cutter in hands. Sooth, you can cover your ears, and we'll DM you when the math is over. Okay? Okay, 126 plus 96 plus 84 plus 74. So we need 380 decorative blocks. Divided by 4 isn't just 95. So we only need about another stack. Oh, so you're so right. You're so right. Do you have pizza? Oh, no, Eve has pizza. Um, okay, Sooth, I have thoughts. So, especially with the copper ones, No, you can change them. It used to be that the trapdoors were made with the blocks of copper. And they changed that in a somewhat recent update because that was ridiculous. You got like 2 trapdoors for 6 blocks of copper, and that was insane. But the thing is that I agree, pizza's good. So the thing is that they're crafted from ingots now. And so you get significantly more trapdoors because it's now just 3 ingots for trapdoors instead of 3 blocks. But the problem is that you then can't use bulk oxidized copper to make your trapdoors. You have to make them with ingots and then oxidize them separately. And that is a pain in the ass. I don't get why they didn't just adjust the number of trapdoors output. That would make sense, Sooth. But also, it's kind of inconvenient to have a recipe output like fucking 18 trapdoors. I think chat is in agreement that pizza is called for in this situation. No, but I do think that it's a little much. The nice thing, though, is that you can craft waxed copper, so you don't have to sit there and wax it all with individual honeycomb. You can just wax it in a crafting table. Eve, when transporter technology is invented, somebody will use base 64 over Twitch chat to transmit a pizza. That's true, Sue, if you don't. You can use the metaphorical crafting table in your mind / inventory. Oh, but this is a pain in the ass. Okay. That should be enough of this. Let's find out how many trapdoors we need. 270 or... we're gonna make 5 stacks. Okay. Oh, no. We have to shift this. We're gonna break our axe. Eve, I was gonna say this streamer sends you pizza, which has to count for something, but you're not sent to me, because nobody sent to me. Eve, are you over by your old place? Good, these things oxidize fast. I wonder if they oxidize faster than regular copper. Oh, shoot. These things oxidize so fast. Oh, okay. God, for some reason I thought it was over by your old place. We do need to do pizza pirates one of these days. You wouldn't download a pizza. Except for what we were just talking about, where we were sending pizza over chat. New headcanon, folks. There is a technology called PPPoE, point-to-point protocol over Ethernet, which is used by ISPs to deliver internet to your home. And here's the thing. Someday it's going to be pizza, pizza, pizza over Ethernet. Oh boy. Well, somebody want to clip me getting banned from the server that I run? I wrote the code that Joseph probably used to do that. I'm taking away the Discord console. So I was thinking earlier, actually, about this, about griefing ways, and some servers have like a region mechanic where you can claim an area that's yours. And I wonder what people think about that, because I mean, I think it's best not to have it in general, but I don't know. What are people's feelings on those types of plugins? It's like, I think we use the money but to protect like spawn areas and stuff, but obviously we don't let people claim areas, so. Well, Joe, no, you can't redeem anything in my channel, so. Have you done that though? Because that would be incredible. It's true, Sooth. I 100% agree. Like, I think if you need that, that's great, but it probably means you're running a server that's very public. And so if you're not the kind of person that wants to play MMO Minecraft, then exactly, if Bitcoin 7. Of course, the last time I played a server that had regions, Shulkerbox didn't exist. It was like 1.4 or something. Joseph, don't you also use it to prevent people from breaking your train station? Or was that a different season? Gotcha. By the way, folks, I don't know if you can tell, but I got new earbuds. I'm breaking too many copper blocks. And I think that's a good approach, right? How do you do that? Is that even possible? I mean, obviously it is, but can you even interact with those in survival? Gotcha. Honestly, I don't know very much at all about... And now I have to kill you. Sorry, buddy. Get this to yourself. Shh. Yeah, I'll kill her. It's not like I did it on camera. On the MC public server I played on for a few years and learned a lot of my admin tricks from, even used some of them on the 8-bits. Took a much more opinionated approach, but they weren't actual public server. Yeah, I think that's the difference. Like, it's, although I will say, it's incredible how well this vibe check works on 8-bit, because, like, if somebody told me that they were going to have a server and they were just going to do, like, a vibe check for whether they were going to whitelist you, I'd be like, that's so unfair. Like, it's going to be run to bias, it's going to be, like, people are going to want to get into the camps, and it just hasn't been the case. Like, it's been people that have no problem getting in and people that definitely should not get in. There doesn't seem to be a lot of, like, middle ground there. I don't know what it looks like on the moderation side. How many people break the rules once they're in. But exactly, Eve. You understand. Makes sense, Joe. Okay, this should be enough? Question mark? Yes, definitely enough. Cool. Should not be let in. Gotcha. Makes sense. Go harvest these. Wee. Eve, were you denied from it? Or did you just never ask? I can't imagine that you could apply for ABIT and not get it. Eve, okay. They have a rule that says don't ask. Like, you should definitely ask. That's a little bit silly. And I think they do sometimes just miss things. That's fair, Eve. You can only commit to so many servers. And the reason that I don't really play 8-bit is, first of all, it's not vanilla. Second of all, it's not permanent. And I want something permanent. And this server is much more my speed. It's much smaller. You can do more interesting stuff. And it's owned by somebody who is, like, also really intentional about keeping things around and really values that, so I'm confident he won't change his mind. And I'm also confident that I'm an admin and can take a world back up if he does. Like, honestly, Joe, if you ever decide to reset, we're just gonna fork your server. No, Eve, we already did that. Like, ah, yes. You're not destitute or broke anyway. much copper. Joe, I do wonder, being the communication specialist that you are, if having $40,000 stolen from you isn't worth more than $40,000 as just a marketing tool. I had $40,000 stolen from me, and here's what I did. Right, and bring in your audience that way. And I would not put it past them to argue that if you're successful. No, but I could see the Veneris going to court. Like, if you were to sue them at some point in the future after you made your $1 million off your book deal for about getting $40,000 stolen from you, they'll be like, look, he made his money off the book. I am very grateful right now to whoever's just sitting there in chat and watching me mine copper. You have, Joe. Oh boy. Isn't that at least the second lawyer? I think the third that you've tried to get to take your case? Because at one point you were talking to the lawyers that handled the Twitter layoffs. Like the Warren Act violation there. But honestly, I know who you mean by Jenny, but it was not my first thought. I was like, what in the world? Right. Mm-hmm. I don't think we've ever had a Jenny in this plot game. Gotcha. It's a little ironic that you need like a superstar multidisciplinary lawyer to deal with all of the ways that your former bosses messed up. I mean, but at that point, wouldn't you just like get a team of lawyers so that they can work together? Because it seems like it'd be hard to find one that does everything. Like, I think I don't know much about lawyers, but I think that it's fairly common for them to, like, if they encounter a case that they don't have a lot of expertise in, that they'll, like, subcontract a lawyer to handle those details. I could be talking up my ass, but damn, this is going so well. Get this out of my hands. Joe, you haven't done that yet? It's been like 2 years. Because I know you reached out to the state government at one point for the wage theft. And they were like, we don't do bonuses. I know that in some jurisdictions you have to go through the AG because basically you have to get them to waive the case before you have a right to sue privately. I don't like that face. I don't like face palm. Gotcha, Joe. At some point tonight, we will build a bridge. It'll be an hour and a half into stream by the time it happens, but it'll happen. Excellent, Eve. Is she also getting from Pizza Pirates? It's uncanny the number of times that you mention pizza on this stream and then don't end up having to buy it. I have a mind to just blow this stuff up with TNT. Okay, but you like Little Caesars, so it's fine. Okay. I don't know when that's gonna be. This is going to take a decade. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna, oh my god, I have had, I had a beacon box with me the entire time. Okay, we're gonna look over here. I have a beacon. Yeah, you laugh. 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8. This will make it go like 20 or 40% faster, but it's worth it. Was that the laptop story, Eve? I remember something about a laptop. Okay, somebody yell at me if I'm about to break my pickaxe, because I don't want to break this pickaxe. I'm honestly kind of surprised that Twigger doesn't have that as a feature to warn you when your tool's dead. No, Joe. 8. Welcome, Eve. Good to see you. Okay, hang on a second. Tool. See, here's... Okay, but what I want is a way for it to just stop you from breaking it. But I don't care if it does this swap for me. I just don't want... Gotcha. I saw a mod somewhere. I don't know which mod it is, but I saw it in a clip on YouTube or something. Where, essentially you can have just a tool in your first slot in your toolbar, your hotbar, and then, when you go to change tools, you can just like scroll that slot, and it'll scroll through the tools you have in your inventory. That seems really useful because you don't have to take up like 5 slots for your tools. I don't think it keeps... I don't necessarily think it increases the size of your inventory, but just from the standpoint of having more hotbar slots, that seems convenient. One of these days I will find all the copper. At least this way we have plenty of oxidized copper for use in various projects. Maybe it would have been cool to build the bridge out of regular copper and let it oxidize, but it would have been a pain in the ass because I didn't want it to oxidize all the way. I want to build it at the weathered stage. So for that, we need wax. And it would have been a pain in the ass to wax it. Oops. Why do I have fast placement on? Oh, because of the beacon. Right. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, let's try to go with 5s and see if that helps. I don't think it's gonna help, but we can try it. I don't think this is gonna help at all. Thanks, Eve. You're the best. He was like, I really want to see this bridge get built, and so I'm gonna get on and help. Gotcha. Makes sense. I mean, hang on a second. One second, folks. It had to be done. If it's okay, you're only kicked. If you're only kicked, you can come back. Also, these earbuds. I got new earbuds, and they sound great, but I'm still figuring out how to get them to stay in my ears. If you're not banned, you can come back. You're just kicked. Okay, I had the instinct to just kick her again for ban evasion, but I'm not gonna do that. I think she might take the copper with her if I did that. Oh no. It's a traitor. It should be destroyed. Although, frankly, I messed up enough of them personally that I'm not going to hold it against them. Hmm. Okay, let's never do this again. I will think twice before using copper in the future. Pretty closely. I think there's a few extra. Oh, Sooth, you're so right. I'm definitely gonna use it again. Thanks, Eve. Eve, I already put a bunch of oxidized in your base. Like all those ones in the second layer, I already put them in your base earlier. Yay. I think you have more in your base than you started with. Okay. Get the heck out of here. Oh. Okay. Also, before we forget, swap out this pickaxe. "77 beacons? Yes. Sooth. We have a farm. I will show you the farm on our way back to my base. It's actually one of my other favorite builds. So, gotcha. Sooth, we have so many. But this is something that I did a couple of years ago. So I know I did it before I moved to LA, so it was at least like, this is like 3 years ago that I did this. I built a custom biome. Really pushed myself artistically. And I built this biome here. As the custom trees, these are black glass with low lichen on them for leaves. So pretty This said that I invented Pale Oak before Mojang did, and I'm okay with that. This is the farm. So with the skellies come through this portal, and then you smack them, and then the goodies go up here. And then yeah, here's the water edge, and got these. You got the bridge, the reflecting pool with another star because it's with the themes, and you got the temple with the farm. This is officially the Temple of Kryara. Because Kryara is a good friend who, for many years, I like to dedicate my builds to people, and for many years, Kryara had the airport in their base. But the problem with that is that Kryara hates flying. It's her least favorite thing. So I wanted to give her something better, but I didn't really have anything better. And eventually, when I started streaming, she was in my stream, and I said, "Hey, I have some new builds. We should pick one for you." And she picked that one, so it's now the Temple of Kryara. By plane, like IRL plane. So naming the airport after her, not the best choice. Alrighty, let's get our stuff ready to go. No, Eve, you got it for the green dye. Because green is your base theme. Okay. Tired. All right, let's get some ingredients. So we need 2,034 stone slabs, so about 32 stacks, which means 16 stacks of stone converted to slabs. It's actually more than a shulker. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Put this away. Get the stone cutter. Although honestly, there's no advantage here, so we'll just use the craft table to make this a little faster. So much stone, oh my god. Because you like to stab. I don't think Eve likes to stab people. She's not much of a stabber. I don't know how she plays in League of Legends, but... Alright, let's see. Okay, 31 stacks of stone stairs. It's gonna be so much stone. I mean, it's understandable. Oh, Eve. Sooth said because he likes to stab people, and I said I don't think you like to stab people, but I can't vouch for how you play in League of Legends. Alright. I'm gonna fall asleep before we even start building this bridge. And then everyone will be annoyed. So no stabby is what I'm hearing. Gotcha. Actually, this is pretty close to perfect. Do I have any extra stairs in here before I do this? Nope, okay. Get ready to do this 31 times. The stone cutter is efficient, but good lord is it annoying sometimes. I'm sure there's a mod I could use for this, but if I have plenty of stone, what I don't have is, like, I'm just annoyed with having to use the stone cutter. Oh, tell me about this new mechanic. I think I heard something about it, but I don't know how it works. Also, this is 1.21.3, so just so you know. I don't think it works in this version. Like I said, this is 1.21.3, so if it's something very recent, it wouldn't be in there. That would be really silly and disappointing if that were the case. Okay, stone stairs. I hope to God that Easy Place cooperates for those. Iron bars. 25 times 64 plus 26. So this is going to be 20. We're going to make 26 stacks of iron bars. Let's see. Oh, we're just going to make a full shulker box of iron bars because we can. One 1,728 iron bars, so 10 stacks of iron ingots. Here's 9. 10 plus 8 items. And there we go. Iron bars. So many. So then we have our copper. Let's do this. Mossy stone brick wall. This is actually, let me search for mossy stone brick wall. This is done with mossy. Oh, we have to. Okay. Okay, we can do this. So mossy stone brick walls. 702 or about 11 stacks. So that's how much moss we need. Do we have that much moss? We do not. I mean, we have it at the moss farm. Okay. Anything else that we're going to have to travel for? Maybe. See if it's so good. I think that's the only thing. Okay, we're going to go to the moss farm. Moss is nice because the farm is super easy and it makes a good bone meal farm because it's self-sustaining and with a profit of bone meal. So it's just a good farm all around to have. And my design for it was block themed, so I put it in the shopping district with the other blocks. Excuse, I don't know if you saw yesterday, but we have the shopping district and everything here, or like half the things here, are just a big block, like a loom or a smithing table or a bookshelf. And this is a build of the Faithful 32 Azalea texture. And inside it has a moss farm. Let's get a couple shulkers of moss. Perfect. Alright, he's home. Gotcha, Sooth. Yeah, I never quite know who all has seen what here. Neat. Okay, there should be some ender chests around somewhere, but maybe not. I love them. They're my favorite thing to do. Except for this build. This build, I think, is the build we're doing tonight. I think is my best work that I've ever done. I am so excited. I did I did some work last night to curve the surface of the bridge so that it's higher in the middle, but it can actually connect with the terrain on the other side. Beehive scaffolding and a giant jukebox and discs. Nice. So what kinds of things did you put in there? Oh, we're gonna get a bunch of. Okay. Let me guess. The beehive had a bee farm. The scaffolding had maybe a bamboo farm. Doesn't make a ton of sense to put something inside a scaffolding. But I don't know, maybe. And then I bet the jukebox was either a music disc farm or it was a place to breed a lace. That's what comes to mind. Um, the scaffolding never got used, we just did in the creative, but the jukebox is a music disc shop, I did in the server. The beehive is a bee farm. So I'm like 50% right. Gotcha. Okay. One of these is just gonna go straight in here. But how many of these did I need? I needed. Problem. I don't know why it always loses track when I go through the nether. But that's not what I wanted. Not what I wanted. Well, bridge in the basement. With simple designs. It's true, Eve. You get it. Yeah, so does mine, the one that it was just at. It's interesting. Let's say that. Okay. Let's do Lighmatica, load schematics for asymmetric materialist. There. Mossy stone brick wall, we need 11 stacks. So we need 11 stacks of stone bricks. Do we have that? No, we're kind of close. We have 7. So if we just do 4 more, we'll be good. See, this says they're not much of a redstone person. I've never made a creeper farm. It's a general mob farm. I mean, honestly, if you have a decent general mob farm, there's no reason to do a creeper farm. I did a creeper specific farm because it can be an interesting shape, and I wanted buildings that run well with farms. Manual harvest pasture sugarcane. Now that got annoying over time. I have to say, like, I started that way and did that for months, but not anymore. I've had enough. So here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Got 3 more here in a second. I love that you can craft these now. I think at one point you couldn't. You could only get them from dungeons. And that was slightly BS. So the design goal of my base is for the farms and the buildings to work together. So every farm should look nice, and every building should have a purpose. I've kind of relaxed the every building should have a purpose thing because I've gotten just more interested in the like aesthetic side of Minecraft. But yeah. Okay. Boom. Boom. I got 2 left. Interesting. Nice, Sooth. If you want to share some pictures in Discord, we'll look. Nice. Okay, perfect amounts. Oh, the one that Moyan keeps threatening to break? Okay. We got the stone brick walls. Now we need the chisel tough bricks. We need a little over 6 stacks of them. We'll grab our tough sugar from Eve's shop. Eve has made a sale. How many did we actually need? We needed just 6 plus 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it works with just the eggs mechanic, so not likely to break, hopefully. Nice. They nerfed the other aggro design. Okay, let's do chisel tough. Might have to do polished first, but I think we can go straight to chiseled with this. The tough bricks. That's what we want. 3, 4, 5, 6, and a few more. Perfect. None of the fruit in there, though. And rods. 6 stacks plus 2. Please tell me that I don't. Okay, cool. Optichorus fruits. Cool, I have a lot of this. So we're gonna make some hand rods. We just need a stack and a half of this. Stack and a half of this. Excuse? Oh, it's a popped chorus fruit. Okay. Well, we can use our basement furnaces. The tough of my shop practically exists to sell them to you when you want to build a building that uses a bunch and don't feel like mining it. Exactly. And I did not feel like mining it. Okay, so this could take a minute, but it'll take 1/4 as many minutes as it would with one furnace. Let's see. We're working with 96, so that'll be 960 seconds for one furnace, or 240 seconds, i.e. 4 minutes for 4 furnaces. Couldn't be me, I enjoy the monotony of strip mining. Welcome in, Milligas. Honestly, okay. I love that in a technical server, you don't need to strip mine. I also enjoy just doing it on occasion. So, I get it. What is this person? I'm going to show you guys. There's somebody in my chat list with a very funny name. God, my earbuds are coming out. Okay. So that'll take about 4 minutes. Select that notes thing. And what's next? Polished tough stairs. 5 stacks. What's this now? Where's my tough? Oh, stop. I love that there's a reason to use tough now. Absolutely love it. It's so good. And like the green undertone that it has goes perfectly with the copper. Unfortunately, this is all smooth quartz, so I'm gonna need that. Then how many we're gonna need another like stack of these. Okay. All right. Quartz. We got the stairs, right? Okay, so in a second we deal with all the copper stuff. I gotta build an open crafter so I can just make random crap. I mean, I don't see the case for a general purpose crafter. It's if it's enough bulk that it's annoying to craft, then it's really annoying to wait for a crafter to do it for you. There we go, and bronze. 2 more. Okay, so next up is the trapdoors. We need 4 stacks plus Exactly 14. Damn. Okay then. Fill in it. This one is gonna go in here. And then I'm gonna go ahead and let's see, how many did I need? 95? And all? It is 95. Go back to Eve. So it's really just like a stack and a half. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and wax these too. Because we might need some extras. 126, so we need 32 in here. For the grate. 96 for the stairs, so 96 divided by 4 is 22? No. Very, very wrong. 24. For the stairs. So we want to go to cut copper first. Yep. Okay. The waxed weathered cut copper before. So that's 21 that we're gonna do. And the chisel copper is gonna be 74, so that's 19 that we need. Guess we can't just have the barter farm make them on the blocks? No. No, 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 no. Absolutely not. That's all the copper. Sweet. Oh, for God's sake. Frustrate. Okay, smooth stone 89. We should have this here. Look, why do I not? Yeah, let's go and make a couple of stacks then. I think we're gonna need some slabs too. Yeah, we're gonna need 41 smooth stone for the slabs and 89, so that's 130, which is just over 2 stacks. I'll take care of our smooth stone. Now our polished tough, 70. And our polished tough slab, 50, so that's 25. So 95. 26 would be a stack and a half, so we'll go with that. For anybody who doesn't know, 99% of Eve's base is subterranean. She lives in caves. She is a basement. Excellent. I'm always making shulkers of smooth stone, and for some reason I never have any. I mean, you could, Eve, but it would be above your house because you know what I do to houses that you build. Really fast, we could also just craft it when needed. But honestly, for crafted for like block form quartz, I prefer to use villager trading because the regular quartz is just so valuable for redstone. True, Eve, but oh, a real house with the basements. Okay, move to Kansas. Like most of the houses that have basements. Sorry, I misunderstood you. Yes, I come from an area where it's all basements. I'm a single person out of basement. Gotcha. Who was that, Eve? Anybody that I know? So close. Old friend, okay. Okay. I wonder if I have honeycomb up here somewhere. Ew. Oh, those of you who stick around will be rewarded. We're about ready to go build the bridge. Okay. I needed 89 of these, and I needed 41 blocks for this. So that's 89 plus 41 is 130, so we needed 2 extra. And then put 41 in here. Perfect. Absolutely spot on. Oops. Okay, anyone who hasn't seen this yet, here comes. This is what makes the copper worth it. It's gonna look so cool. So cool. That's the idea, Eve. So it's gonna go down this way and under this part of the ocean. I'd appreciate it really fast. I would so appreciate it, assuming that it's oxidized. But we do have enough. Let's see. Let's do this. I'm gonna do single layer below. Then we're gonna go down in the water. Oh my god, it's not gonna let me do easy place here. Disappointing. Okay. I guess we have to do this the difficult way. Exactly, Nim. Verdigris patina, so it's a copper pre-oxidized for your convenience. Unfortunately for your inconvenience, we don't offer honeycomb. Honestly, that's such a cool name. I love it. This is kind of... I'm so rarely underwater that I don't necessarily know about all the underwater music that Minecraft has. But it's so cool. There's a song called Dragonfish, I believe, that I love. That it plays when you're in a river. I will figure out another day what I want to do with like the actual underwater. The Copper War. I mean, you're the one that came up with the idea to use it for a shop in Minecraft, so I give you full credit. Or a perimeter adventure? Yeah. Oh, this music is making me so... Guys, you don't even know. One of these days I'll figure out what I want to do with the underwater portion, but for now, we're just going to leave it the way it is. If I have an idea, I'm not entirely 100% sure, but I have an idea. I've had it ever since I drove through the tunnel that inspired this thing. Why is it weathered copper? Did I not wax this? Dear. Oh, dear, dear. Okay. Let's go get some wax. Also, it just occurred to me that, oh, dear thing that I just did, that is from the Winnie the Pooh movie from, I don't know, 30 years ago? Piglet says it. And it just has stuck in my head this entire time. That's why it looks so. That's why the color looks wrong. It's like Monica's messing with it. This is such a disgusting sound. Um, Eve, I'm gonna craft wax it. I just need to do this little bit. There. No, Eve. I would go insane. I would go insane. Gonna get more wax though. Thankfully, it's not really oxidizing. There. Okay. Now let's wax the rest of this copper. What should we actually need? We needed 808. 12 stacks. We've already got about 3 stacks in there, so we're going to do 10 stacks. Which are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. There's a little bit left over. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9. You want to just make sure we don't have any more. Cool. Okay. Pardon the interruption. Cannot fly with a carrot. Build up these pillars here. Okay, so those are our supports. Now let's get the bridge deck in. Yes, I think. I'm not entirely sure I know what you're talking about, Eve, but I think. Alright, so for the bridge port, we're going to need all of our stairs. We do have a lot of stairs. And we're going to also bring slabs. Just as many stairs as we can carry. Fortunately, light magic is working beautifully. Ah! Unfortunately, I can't swim. um, it wasn't what Eve. Oh, the easy place, yes. That would be awful. Actually, let's see if there's a new setting for this. New light magic settings. Um, inner box is translucent. Fluids. Nor existing fluids. They're colliding. Cool. Much, much better. Oh, yes. Mm-hmm. Well, because the server wants to check that you're actually, like, it'll check where you're looking and the direction that the box should have been placed. And if the client tries to place them in a different place, you know it's modded. In a different orientation. You basically done on that trans gamer server, Eve. Never still playing there. Gotcha. Yeah, that tends to happen with servers. Honestly, it's really special that 8-bit has kept going as long as it has. Like, most servers don't. So many stairs. Yeah, but you were also the person that always had to build the tech builds. Whenever the people on the server wanted a farm, they made you build it. Here's the thing, whenever I want a farm, I also make you build it. But that's okay, because at least I pretend to help. How does it feel to be the social glue? I'm sorry. Alright. So the reason that Easy Place is working well on this server is that we have a server-side mod that's helping. Like, we're actively facilitating this Easy Place. Indeed, Sooth. No popcorn tonight, unfortunately. Makes sense, Eve. Makes a ton of sense. Same, Sooth. Our philosophy on this server is that we use mods. We're allowed to use mods to take away the stupid parts of the game. Like, if it's just annoying for no reason, then you can use a mod to get rid of it. Because you're not annoying if. And there we go, people. That's a bridge. We're done. I mean, it's staying up. So, I don't know what more you want from me. Alrighty. Next, let's do the sides. So, like all this decoration here. Oh god, the iron bar is gonna be such a pain in the ass. I'm glad you appreciate it, Eve. I have no idea how I'm gonna do these iron bars though. Thanks, I appreciate it. Yeah, I do think I want to build this because, like, it's weird. I'm doing this on stream, yes? And so, in some sense, it's for Twitch, but this space is first and foremost for me. It's an expression of myself. And if I ever stop streaming, I'm still going to be doing the space. So I never want to do it just for content, you know? Gotta be mine. Not that that's a direct reason not to have somebody help, but just kind of my thoughts. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I don't know, Sooth, some of the details on the support towers are pretty annoying. And also, I don't know, honestly. I have no idea how I'm going to do the iron bars. I'm gonna have to just jump stack them. And that sounds like a nightmare. I'll probably end up doing something like that. I just don't know exactly how I'm going to do it. So. I do know I'm probably going to complain. Because, like, what is a stream for? Except for complaining about the annoying parts of Minecraft. Or whatever game you're playing. We wish. Honestly, I think Mojang, though, has two competing problems. Number one is that we want vertical slabs and walls in every shape of every block. The other is that there's too many blocks in the game. And players complain about it. Oh god, we better get an end remake before we get another redo, number 2. Although I will say, the 1.16, another update, is probably my favorite update for the game ever. That is true, Sue. That's very fair. Okay. Let's see. Next, let's do the road surface. God. Sooth speaks the truth. He's a man that knows what he's talking about. Oops. Wrong end of the bridge. It's so many blocks, though. So many inventory slots. I'm supposed to have quartz blocks. Okay, we'll get this in a bit. We'll get this later. I also don't know what I want the center line to be. This is just kind of temporary, but I'm sure that I'll figure it out. Exactly, Sue. And I think people's complaint is that the inventory hasn't grown with the game in that regard. Because the inventory hasn't changed since there were like, I don't know, 20 blocks in the game. I mean, I could see both sides. I'm glad that Mojang is not just going to throw more slots at it and call it a day. I think they can do something more creative, and I hope they do. Something like having a dedicated tool slot that which lets you scroll through tools without taking up more than one slot in your inventory. That would be excellent. That could be cool. I feel like it would be difficult to do it in a way that felt natural. Like, where are these blocks coming from? Oh, I think cross-platform is the easy part. Oh, you mean like desktop versus mobile? Honestly, I don't understand Minecraft on a touchscreen. I don't. I think I've tried to play it, it's painful. So I don't think they need to really get it right because that game already sucks. That being said, the challenge for sure. I think most pieces of software, games especially though, are designed with a particular interface type in mind, and that's basically what you have to use to get a good experience. Yeah. So fun fact, Own Minecraft was my introduction. My first ever exposure to Minecraft was Pocket Edition on somebody's iPhone 3G. I love a throwback. I didn't ever play it, was the thing. All I did was somebody gave me a tour of their world. Only for Eve. Rich Toll is only for Eve. Everyone else who's on the server is just there. Eve is here for profit, for my profit specifically. So of course I'll make her pay it off. I mean, now you do. That wasn't the case before, but I'll take a diamond every time you open the stream. Okay, I think we'll do the towers next. I love when it builders in sort of discrete parts that use different blocks because then it's easy to have. It's like if it's all the blocks together, then it's really difficult to keep your inventory full. But, in this case, it's easy. Um, 1/3 in terms of blocks, possibly. 1/3 in terms of efforts? Probably not. Yeah, I forgot that. Oh, for God's sake. It's going to make me open the trapdoors manually and I'm annoyed. Well, we're a few versions behind, so unfortunately not a ton to be done about it. Well, you know, I have to actually play the game at some point. I don't mind flipping a few trapdoors. Oops. So this is a very technical server, and we have some customizations. So we typically um, do lag behind a couple of updates. Joe has the philosophy that he would rather play with people that don't depend on the latest and greatest blocks to be interested in the game. It's like Minecraft 1.21.3 has value, regardless of whether it has payload. Hi, Claire. Thanks for the work. Like, before payload existed, people had a lot of fun with Minecraft 1.21.3. Makes sense. Like, it is cool. I agree with you there. Hang on a second. I have on this set trapdoor and on the other side no trapdoor. Use? Oh dear. Oh no. Huh. I have one more trapdoor on this side. Interesting. Sure. Honestly, I might leave it as an Easter egg. No, absolutely suicide. Yes. But this is a design that I've been kicking around in my head for several years in various forms. I was pretty sure I wanted to do something with copper. And now that it's done, I think it's really cool. Yep, I think I'm going to maybe leave it just as a little character. What I'm thinking at this moment. No leave. Although this bridge was the reason that I built the copper farm. But, oops. I always thought that I wanted to have a bridge across this section. And when I drove over the bridge tunnel on the way to Virginia Beach, I was like, it'd be so cool to do a bridge tunnel here. And then I just never did for several years. Until today. I think when I like started planning out the bridge itself, I did. I pretty quickly realized that Actually, no, because the fancy copper locks haven't been around very long. But for as long as they've been around, I've been like, oh, that'd be so cool to do. We do so much of it. Congrats on the first big fancy copper builds. Thank you. I sincerely appreciate it. I love the sound that these make when you walk on them. It's so clanky. Like, this is what I actually imagine it would sound like to walk on this bridge up here. Maybe a little heavier, but get the idea. It's just great. Mm-hmm. And my right arm is getting work out here because I keep having to move it from the mouse up and over to the keyboard and back to turn on easy placement. Or it's like I can't even eat in easy placement. You suck. It is so satisfying to have this exist in a world that I can fly with Elijah in. Um, Even I'm not actually sure. I think there's a decent chance. And there should be a second. I cut off the top of the schematic. I think there should be a slab like right here. I guess. It is definitely another layer here that we need to do. Let me relog. Because there should be. No? Okay. I left a layer in the testing world. We'll do the top of this a bit later. Somebody remind me before we log off for the day. Yeah, and I think it had trapdoors across the top too. I'll go check in a bit. As soon as I get this one done. Yeah, that's right. This thing is so pretty nice. I'm being self-congratulatory, but somehow I don't have as much of an issue with that as I did with Zero. Like, I don't know, you guys are here because you choose to be, and I've worked hard to be able to do this kind of builds, and I think it's okay to celebrate that. Eve, check check the original one, check the flat one, because I think that I didn't copy over the entire thing. Okay, so that's just me being mad at World Edit. Sounds good. So just like a standard copper block, just like one of these, or like one of the cut ones. Cool. What's the difference between the second and third? So the second has a symmetric curve, and the third has a slightly asymmetric curve, so you can see that at this end, the bridge has 3 steps, and on the other end, the bridge only has 2 steps. And that's because the terrain on this side is higher. Okay, cool. I have no idea of like which. No, that one's gotta be taller. Gotta be right on that one. I think he uses less blocks though. Fewer blocks. Yes, it does. After a fashion. So it doesn't use the TNT anymore. It does launch you with wind charges. It's a temporary launcher though. I don't think it's like 140 bucks in the end. We want to go thousands. Because if you're gonna build something that cool, it should be able to launch you really high. But for now, there is a temporary launcher in there that'll launch you. So you can just like jump in and it'll launch out. There are. So essentially you just need more wind charges. And one way to do that is to have a breeze that you capture and then just have it aggro on a iron golem or something. And then use like special mechanics that I don't fully understand to capture the breeze charges. Get them all in one place, and then you can stack up like thousands of them. Oh, eh? No. We went out. Okay. In my humble opinion, it is quite fun. Do this. I played a game called Crackdown 2 back in the day, and you could glide in the game sort of like Elijah without rockets. When you landed, you did a little roll, and you hit players with that. The physics would launch them like a mile away. Amazing. Honestly, that sounds like a lot of fun. Okay, let's see. So, like Minecraft? Oh, except that building. Interesting. How can you have a sandbox without building? I'm so confused by this concept. I still fondly remember it after many years, as opposed to so many games I played that are just forgotten. I mean, that's the best kind of game. That's what we all hope for. All right. Up, 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 boom, up. Okay. Now this one. Okay, and then you said it was. Oh, we just ran out of trapdoors. Okay. You said it was a block here, and then a stair, and then trapdoors all the way across. Okay, we're gonna have to get supplies. Darn me and my exact counts. Wax those, and then oh. Sandbox games was the term I remember being used for a lot of games that were just open world with a lot of tools that you could use to do random stuff, as opposed to strictly games with building. Interesting. It's like for me, sure, but a sandbox game would be like Minecraft or like Roller Coaster Tycoon. Like both of those games are the ones that I think of as sandbox games, and they both feature building elements. And waxed. Okay, 1 second, please hold. I have a needle. Alright. Do this. Interesting, Eve. Okay, so there's the towers complete. Now we just have to do the suspension piece. And we have ourselves a bridge. So Sandbox Game is a video game with a gameplay element that provides players a great degree of creativity to interact with, usually without any predetermined goal, or with a goal that the players set for themselves. Interesting. Okay. I mean, the definition makes sense. I'm just used to thinking about building. Boy. Okay, so what's our best bet here? Because this is gonna suck. I could try to... No, you were doing this. We are absolutely doing this because I don't have work tomorrow, so I want this done. Okay, there goes nothing. Am I gonna have to individually jump for each one of these instead of like traditionally jump stacking? 'Cause that's gonna be a pain in the ass. Honestly, the easy thing to do might be to go as high as we can from the ground level and then build some sort of scaffolding, like dirt blocks or something. So we can reach surprisingly high from the ground. We probably would only need a little bit of scaffolding, especially because we could use the... Okay, this isn't so bad. I and it looks so cool that it's going to be worth it. One thing about easy place mode is that it gives you an extra block or two of reach over what you would normally have with vanilla. So you can place a few more blocks. Like every era is a dark era on the internet for one reason or another. You tell. Oh, I see. Oh damn, we can actually reach a decent number of these rounds. These go down in the middle because most of the clips are of people recording their TV with a camera. But I did find a decent one of someone doing it to a vehicle. Doing what to a vehicle? Oh, that's terrifying. I give you one of the funniest video game weapons in that game. It was just called magnetic mines, and pairs of them would stick objects together with a slightly extendable magnetic beam. So they did wacky things with the physics of that game. Okay, wild. So if you had one of those things, like let's say that you wore one of those things, and then you did the roll thing into a thing that had a different one of those things, then would you eat yourself? Mm-hmm. Nice. Oh, okay. Makes sense. I'm actually really curious to see this thing with shaders on. I bet it looks really good. I'm saving that for the end. So if you took two players tethered and had them run in opposite directions, they'd slingshot back towards each other. But they could shoot fast enough to hit the tether going the other way. Interesting. And then the two would just fly away from the physics chain reaction like a boomerang. Okay. Video game logic, everyone. I say while playing Minecraft. There we go. Physics in video games has always been a source of joy. I would agree with that. I'm thinking about a game that I played when I was younger. It was a CD-ROM game, and as many games were in that time. It was called Crazy Machines, and basically I had to build like a Rube Goldberg machine to solve various challenges, and it was fun. Had rather rudimentary physics. It was in effectively 2D. Um, but yeah. Okay. We're getting somewhere. There's some. So the nice thing is most of the missing ones are relatively close to the towers um because of the way that the curve increases in slope. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna go grab some dirt and do some bridging out from the towers. It's dirt we can easily knock out with a shovel. Any luck, by the time we get as far up as this can reach, we have injured the tower. I think I might be right about that. No, it's gonna be a bit too far. Not gonna be too awful much though that we can't reach. Definitely don't want to do this from the tower, but we can do it from here. Sweet. Okay, this is easy. Shit. I've done this so many times working in my base these last few days. What, fall for scaffolding? Okay. Just do this side. Gotcha. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. Okay. First of all, we need more rockets. Second of all, we need the rest of our iron bars. Oh, okay, sometime. Going this way. Now I do wonder which is taller in real life, Saturn V or the Golden Gate Bridge? I think it's the Golden Gate Bridge. I mean, it would have to be. But this bridge only has a span of 200 meters, and of course the Golden Gate Bridge has a span of a couple of miles. So, yeah. Willikast, you were here, right, when he was talking about whether this was taller or the Saturn V built on this server? That's kind of what I was thinking of. Yeah, it definitely makes sense that the Golden Gate Bridge is taller. You know, this is one of the perks of being a streamer. You could just wonder things aloud, and your viewers will Google them for you. I'll take it. Especially when it's extra hands to break all that damn copper. Oh, that took a while. Oh no. I mean, sometimes the chatters are LLMs, and then we have a problem. But yes. But the big thing they're doing at my work these days is they want everybody to like say how you're using AI tools in your work. And I just don't want to use AI tools in my work. And so oh, I am almost sure, right? They'd have to. It's basically free to do it. The thing is, like, integration with those LLMs, like the commercial ones, is so easy. You don't even have to do anything. It's why there's so many tools out there that are just ChatGPT wrapped in a fancy package, or sometimes not even a fancy package. Neither have I. I think I will eventually have to, because whether I wanted to or not, that seems to be the direction my industry is going, and so I need to at least be able to say that I have AI experience or knowledge or whatever. I hate it though. I have never asked chat, is this real? That I know of. Definitely never asked ChatGPT if something is real. One side down, one side to go. I love that when these get stuck on the end rods. I do wonder though, because like my current job, I'm a software developer, is one that a lot of people older than me don't understand. And in a very short time, I've gone from suckers, I'm in a career of the like new thing that's making me a lot of money, to being pissed that things aren't necessarily being, there's not necessarily a market for things to be done the old way, or there's that market is disappearing. Um, I think it's just the way life goes. Me too, Eve. But gotta make the money. And if the way I can put food on the table is by implementing AI stuff at the whims of people who have more money than sense, then I'll do it. Because I gotta eat. I think most jobs are fully powered by people with more money than sense. I think there's only so much sense a person can have, and the more money you have, the less sense remains. Yes, all right. Before your surgery, you were working on a job, and when you went back to work, you were still working on it. I mean, do they get anything done without you? Because I'm skeptical. Convert a mold to make a different version of it. Okay, tell me more. Okay, but um since when has Stan been reasonable in his decisions of how to do things? He immediately agreed with you that if you do it again, we won't do it this way. So, like, making a brand new mold, how would you even do that? Because, like, you guys aren't artists, you guys. Do you even do brand new molds? I mean, yes, you're an artist, but I mean, sure, you overspent on hours, but those are hours he was going to pay for anyway. How many hours do you spend with nothing to do? Interesting. So when somebody orders a new mold from you, do you like design it from scratch, or do they send you like a CAD model or what? Gotcha. Okay, so they have a model for the part, and oh, gotcha. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So whose job is it to know how to do that? Okay. Makes sense. So did you actually use the computer that we were gonna like secretly swap out the units of? So what is that thing in theory for? By the way, rest of chat. So at Eve's work, there's this computer. There's like a very old beige computer that's attached to some specialized piece of equipment. And we were discussing the possibility of replacing all its parts inside so that she could secretly play Minecraft at work. Okay, so it's for measuring objects. Gotcha. Interesting. So it just like measures the silhouette of the object? Because that's cool. Okay, last one. Then we do this cables here, and then we're done. So you can move it to mark position 1, then move it to mark position 2, and it'll tell you stuff like how far that is, what angle it is. Okay. Interesting. I mean, except it doesn't do any of that because it's broken. Okay. So how accurate is it? Both, I guess. We got time. That's vaguely intimidating. Okay, finally, we're done with the unrods. And the iron bars. I still have to do those quartz blocks. And now it's time for the walls that make up the cables. Right. So the manual one, you put an object on the table, a light is shining behind it, and the silhouette is projected through a series of mirrors to a screen. Interesting. And the computer one is easier to set up correctly? Gotcha. That makes sense. Let's see. So I think it has a way to measure distance based on the fact it knows exactly where the camera is mounted and then how far the table is moved. Okay. I mean, that would make sense. I'm always shocked that servo motors can be that accurate. But you know what I can do? I probably can't do that, actually. Oh, for God's sake. Stop. You're gonna break my elytra from this. Oh, for God's sake. Splat. That's why Stan wanted to try and fix it. It was a tens of thousands of dollars machine. I mean, it seems like it's fixable, right? I mean, I don't know, but like, you've told me that it just like it's mostly not fixable because it's not fixable in the way Stan would want to fix it. If I remember correctly. All right. That could be any number of reasons. Okay. Very smart of him, I guess. It's just not possible to get the real spare parts for the real machine. Gotcha. So we got parts for a bunch of adjacent ones. I hope they might be similar enough. I mean, it makes sense. It does make sense. Oh, for God's sake. Please. Stop. Right. It's really unfortunate, but it does make sense. Getting pretty clear right here from White Manica not working correctly. It's tough that if you find a user manual with a PDF of one guy scanned at one point, and you get whatever damages hard copy had. I mean, it's better than nothing. That's for sure. Swear to God. Stop. I might actually enjoy getting to tinker with some of the stuff I do if it weren't for my job and my boss. I mean, I think so. But I think I would take my job over yours as a job. Good night, Real Grass. Good to see you. Thanks for dropping by. I think this may well be the most painful build I've ever done. It's worth it, but oh my god. We are totally going to look at this with shaders when we're done. It's my motivation at this point. Okay, that's the suspension half done. Now we'll just do the other one. No. I did not, Eve. I was thinking about my bridge. Actually, I read the description that was like in the Discord embed. I don't know that I clicked through. I don't remember. I think I might have just read what you said about it. I am intrigued. You know, I enjoy that. So, Eve, is this something you've read, or is it just something that you know exists? Okay, I will definitely give it a look as soon as I'm done with this bridge. I do hope someday that you make friends with somebody who also likes Warhammer books. I mean, it does seem to me that if there's 370 Warhammer books out there, there's a market for them. Oh, okay. But if there's a market for them, that means you should be able to find fellow Warhammer enjoyers. Gotcha. Okay, but here's the thing, like, I would totally do that because the harmonic is super interesting. I don't play it, but I would like to know how it's played because it's so confusing to me. Um, it's got a series of holes in it, and you blow through it, and somehow you cover different holes with your tongue in order to control which notes actually sound. But what I don't know is how you actually play a melody. Like, that seems difficult to impossible. You need like 3 tongues. Although if you have 3 tongues, you're probably a cool person and I still want to talk to you. Although you might find the English language difficult. Okay, last segment. You know what occurs to me? We have phantoms disabled on this server. We have a mob switch preventing all the other mob spawns. So I'm not really sure we need a sleep bot. I'm just not entirely sure we do. And frankly, it would be really cool to have night occasionally. Oh shit. Oh, that's annoying. For God's sake. I'm gonna do a quick scan, but I think it's gone for good. It's okay. We need these quartz blocks anyway. Okay, so this is a good time to do our schematic verifier. Start verification. Okay, so 1 block oxidized that we didn't expect. Probably not. Shut up, Eve. I'm leaving it. Okay, we got these. A bunch of extra blocks, but they just showed me is missing. And 21 block of quartz, and we need one more mossy stone brick wall. And then we just gotta fix the copper. I'm not seeing that. If it would show up in missing blocks. Okay, we need the wall and we need the 21 quartz blocks. 21? Hang on. Schematic verifier. What do you... Not possible. There should be an even number. Eve, the blue border of the schematic itself has been playing tricks on my mind all night. 20? What? Okay. I'm just gonna grab some. Oh, I know why. I know what that is. Okay, we're missing one copper block and a bunch of quartz blocks. And then this is expected. Sort of. Yeah, this is expected because it's rolled out of bugs. And then this is somewhere. Maybe. Yeah. fine. Let's watch the suns. Sun go down and the moon come up on our new bridge. Yeah, see, I changed the settings so it works now. Oh, this is nice. Oh, shut up about the schematic verifiers. Until somebody puts them back on. Like, I don't police the sleepy. I'm not the sleep police. See, let's options, video setting, shade packs. Well, this is BSL. Perfect. Okay, gonna relog real quick. So that I forget about the schematic verifier. Well, without phantoms and with the mob switch on is the thing. Oh, damn, I forgot these. And let's put these in our way. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. I'm so happy with this. Okay, if I put this in full screen, does it break the stream? Shit. 1 second. If I put this in full screen, is that way I can take pictures that can be used for the slideshow? Options, video settings, full screen, apply. Oh, there. That'll work for you. Hello in Minecraft indeed. Okay, but the music is helping. Griffin? What a time for a raid. Welcome in. Welcome in. Good to see you. It's after midnight. But we were just you raid? Oh my goodness. We just finished a suspension bridge. It goes from nowhere to nowhere, but eventually. So over here in this direction that you can't see is my base. There's that little tower there in the middle. You can see it. And then over here on the other side, where you also can't see, is more farms and stuff. So someday there's going to be a highway connecting them. And this is the first part of that project. Thanks, Griffin. So the idea here is that, here in a second it'll be daytime. But the idea here is that there's going to be a tunnel. So ever since I drove over a bridge tunnel several years ago, I wanted to build a bridge tunnel. So here's the bridge, and then there's going to be a tunnel over under this section of the water, and then it's going to continue on towards the city. Mm-hmm. I hope so. Anyway, since I have a whole bunch of new people from Griffin, I may as well introduce myself. Hi, I'm Ox. Um, I am a technical Minecrafter who discovered at some point that she could also build. Um, they are honestly okay, Griffin. I was so unsure about this design. Like it just was not coming together. And then I had something built, and I was really liking the design of the towers here with the trapdoors and the copper grates. Um, and then I finally had it all put together with the end rods, and I did some world edit to replace 20% of the end rods with, or sorry, 20% of the iron bars and end rods, and immediately set it to night, and it came together all in about 5 seconds. And it was the most satisfying thing. I've got this full screen, so I'm taking screenshots for my slideshow. But if you're someone who wants to see this type of building, or if you're someone who wants to see how we built a copper farm to do it, those are both decent reasons to follow me. I'm struggling with mine. Adding a few lights to the top helped it feel better so instantly. Um, lighting is huge when it comes to Minecraft. Thanks, Tally. So with this shader, the sun actually tracks, not because the sun in vanilla tracks straight across the sky. And with this shader, it tracks a diagonal path like the regular sun does. That makes it look more interesting. Good morning, Cynthia. Thank you. What is this pyramid rising in the east? Exactly, Griffin. So this went through a couple of iterations. At the end of the last stream, I had it with a very flat deck, which was nice and satisfying, but didn't really practically work. Um, because I need it to be low on the ends and match the terrain, but I also want it to be high when I go under it in the middle. So I curved it, and then I curved it asymmetrically, so it's higher on this side than this side. I also, for the first time, used the new tough box. I still need to figure out what I'm going to do underneath, so there's no, like, support here. Yeah, I am too. I was skeptical, but a little selfie here. Um, I was skeptical because the problem is that with this design, we can't have extended runs where it's a slab or it's a half height because these wouldn't connect. So we were forced to have these interchanges that I tried to smooth out as best I could. I think it looks decent. It would have been nicer if we could have had half heights. It was a pain in the ass, Griffin, because this isn't the fully oxidized copper, it's the weathered copper. It's the like third stage. So I had to like manually harvest it and wax it so it'll stay. But I've had this bridge kicking around in my mind for so very long, and when Mo Yang added the new copper variants, I was like, okay, now I know what I'm doing. We did, yes. Unfortunately, a copper farm, even if it is a perimeter-based one that produces a ridiculous amount of copper, does not save you from having to manually oxidize your copper. Fair, Griffin. Where did you get the copper? Did you have a farm? Oh my. So Eve's base actually sits on a one of those large copper veins, and so she actually does have a ridiculous amount of copper, probably enough to build this bridge. But we used it all just to make the copper farm. But you brought it. Okay, folks, I'm going to show you the farm that we built. Because it is something. We can, Eve. No, no one does. It is. So this is my first like 10 streams. We're just building this damn thing. Designing and building it. It was the bane of my existence. But it was a sight to behold. Oh, I have new people here. I can show my tunnel. So this is my personal tunnel to my base. It's Ox's history of the world in 400 blocks. So at the beginning of the history of the world, it's a series of dioramas that tells you the history of the world. In the beginning, we had the solar system, we had the sun, and Mercury and Venus and Earth. And this is Earth and the moon before the Earth cooled down. It was just molten rock. And then the next diorama depicts the Earth cooling down slowly. So it goes from lava down to rock and then stone and dirt and grass at the end. And this is one of the ice ages. Yeah, I just have it in full screen so I can screenshot, but let me put it back in Windows mode. Windowed mode. Second. What is this doing? Properties. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Anyway, here's an ice age. Got woolly mammoths. This is the beginning of agriculture and the building of the pyramids. You got the little stone thing on its rollers and unfinished pyramid, and then you got the sunset, which is my favorite part of the whole tunnel. And you have a little pyramid that you can peek inside and see the treasure. Then we have the classical period, so we have the Parthenon, and we have this tree. If you look at pictures of the Parthenon, it's actually there. And then we have a Roman aqueduct. Next up is the age of exploration. We have a sailing ship, and then the age of flight. So a hot air balloon and a plane. The plane is everyone else's favorite part of the tunnel. Then here we have the modern age. So we have a highway. And this one's a bit metaphoric because the highway turns into an information highway. And we get to see the inside of a computer. Very stylized. And then here we just have the space age. So it's the rest of the solar system: Mars, Jupiter with its spot, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, and Pluto. And then we have a probe leaving the solar system. And there's our base. I never thought of myself as a builder, Griffin, and then at some point I realized I'd been doing it. At some point I realized, it just doesn't make sense not to call myself a builder. So I started calling myself that. Okay, but I promised y'all a copper farm. So Will Yang, in their infinite wisdom, got rid of the mechanic that makes the copper farms work. So if the copper farm is based on zombie reinforcements, things tally. Um, if your copper farm is based on zombie reinforcements, you have a problem because drowned no longer spawn zombie reinforcements, they spawn drowned reinforcements, who then can't spawn reinforcements of their own. And so your farm will die down. So, as a result, we went to an insane amount of efforts to build a we built a natural spawning based ground farm. So Griffin, I'm not sure. I do know that I think it might have to do with skyblock, just because you have a perimeter at that point. But we made a perimeter, and then we removed all the bedrock from the perimeter. And then what we did was we put colored glass in where all the biomes had been. So this is where the sunflower biome was, and then the river. And this is a plains biome. And the darker green is a forest biome. Oh, this is about 1/3 the size of Doc's perimeter. Sounds good, Griffin. We have this farm. I'll park myself on top of the portal here. Yes, because we've moved all the bedrock. So this farm works by having bubble columns. So everything in here in between the portals is a bubble column. And the drowned will spawn in the bubble column and then go up to the top end of the portal. And so you just get zombies raining into the nether, or drowned raining into the nether. And then the thing is that I accidentally left a bot here for like 48 hours. And when Eve came back, yes, get the tridents. We even have an allay to sort them. So Eve came back to the server and messaged me because we had this really cool gradient coming on. And it's due to the way that copper oxidation works. So copper will not oxidize if there's a block within 4 blocks that it's a lower oxidation state. So this here is the boundary of the randomstick chunks. So this copper never oxidized. This copper did, but because it was within 4 blocks of this, it couldn't oxidize beyond this stage. And similarly for this, couldn't oxidize beyond this stage. And so we got this gorgeous gradient at the edge of our farm. And oh yes, that did happen. But it's my favorite, organic thing that happened, and we just waxed it so it would stay. Yes, this is how we get our copper on this server. Mm-hmm. So this thing took us months to build. It is similar to the farm that it's based on the farm that Doc did in his perimeter, but it's much bigger because we wanted to use as much of the river biome as we could. So we found a huge river biome section and filled it with spawning cells. And then I spent hours and hours and hours doing different trials with world edit. I would change like the size and shape of the cells and then tick orbit to see what configuration gave the best rates. What we found is that narrow cells are the best. You can make wider cells that have more. Because we could have water under the portals because then the zombies would just go up and get stuck. So instead, we have. So if we were to have wider cells, then we had to have more spawning space per area. But the problem is that then it takes longer for the zombies to get into the portals. And so it ends up being slower because our mob capacity is full. So the most efficient design is this narrow cell design. And then basically I just experimented with different heights until I found the point of diminishing return. And here it was. It was a process. But honestly, if I ever meet Doc M77, I have no reason to meet him, but if I ever did, I'm going to give him crap for the for all the complaining he did about his tiny little farm and how much of a pain in the ass it was to build when we built this. Oh crap. Just ran out of rockets. On this day, January 15th, 2025, Vigo was the first to sacrifice his life and Elytra to this void. May he be remembered eternally. I mean, to be fair, yes. To be fair, we did use easy placement, which kind of, if you're somebody that doesn't want to use easy placement, then props to you. And I can no longer make fun of you for doing bigger builds. Very slowly. Exactly. And on this server, easy place is something that's allowed. Technically. No, I looked on the world map. I think I looked on chunk base actually for big river biomes. And oh, you want to see the other cool thing here? So yes, Eve space is actually through here. It was, but we had a machine to do it, so it was a pain in the ass. The machines had crashed and had to be rebuilt a couple of times, but so I don't want to say it was easy, but we weren't manually doing it either. There was an automated machine to do it. So this is Eve space. If I can find it. What is this? Oh, this is just copper that you're oxidizing. Okay. Eve space is affectionately known as the melon pit, as you can see here. Um, Mostly due to the fact that Eve grows a lot of melons in this base. And this is the greenhouse where the melons are grown. So we have this manual melon farm, this automated melon farm that feeds these crafters, and then we have the melon machine. You guys ready for the melon machine? So it's 2 layers of note blocks. It's a little bit intense, but here's like the melody and the percussion. And then, mhm. And then here's the piano track down here. So there's this video game called Suika Game, which is Japanese for watermelon game, and it plays this song endlessly. I did, yes. So I basically I listened to the song, and I actually know a decent amount about music theory. So I listened to the song and I worked that out in note blocks. And then it was kind of a pain in the ass to do, so I wrote a mod that does this bit for me. Doesn't translate the song, but it will lay out the song and then like compact it like this. Yeah, I transcribed it. I built it in note blocks, and then stuck it under the melon pit as a as a joke for Eve. Thanks, Tabby. Griffin, the next time I'm in your stream, I want to see this. This is the melon pit. It's quite extensive. I think Eve has one of the biggest bases on the server. So the pride flags are there because um, it's actually kind of a joke. I have an art shop on the server and I sell banners. And one of the things I sell is pride flags. And I wasn't selling any pride flags, so I told Eve that she could join the server to mine diamonds and buy pride flags at my shop, which she did. She mined diamonds, she spent them all at my shop, she bought so many pride flags. It was great. There's the smelting pit with the smelters. Here's the Eve elevator. Goes down to the lower portion of the base. Which Eve has been doing a lot of work too. So much mining. Here is the storage. This used to be just like shapes. It was like an eye here and an eye here, so just like pillars. Then I was like, I could so easily turn this to say Eve. And so I did. There's more storage in here. And then if we go out this way, here's the garden area. There's a ton of stuff okay. A ton of stuff going on here. She has her flowers and little dioramas of different biomes. It's so cool, Eve. Little end island here over the pits, little desert, little cherry. Um, the cool thing about these is that she has these actually go into the sewers. So if you go down, you're in the sewer system of her base, which is a thing that is a thing. Looks like she's been expanding. And it's all like mined out. Like this was a decent sized cave, but she's done a ton of work to it. I may as well show you all my base since y'all are here, just to give you some context for what's going on, and also because my base is cool. I try to be. It's so fun. Like I'm here because I want something permanent, and this server will never reset. But at the same time, this is my forever world on this server because um, it never resets. But also, it's a server, and I get to play with other people, and I don't have to be lonely. So, yes. So, the only above ground part of Eve's base is this tiny little house that she built out of wood on like her first day. And that night after she went to bed, I turned it upside down. hmm Okay, so here's the home of Ox. I did make your house Australian. So I picked this base because I looked on the world map and I saw this waterfall here. And this river, all of this water here, it used to be at the level of this river here. And I built a dam, and then I flooded out the entire area behind it. And so now it's a hydroelectric dam. It actually does produce fuel because it has this little kelp farm that the kelp grows and goes up, and then it goes into the hoppers. And the water just flows through, but the kelp goes into the hoppers. And then into this auto smelter that feeds itself. So it feeds the kelp back in, and then any excess goes in here. And so it produces smelting fuel. Very, very slowly, but it does. There's the airport. This is one of the first things I built. The theme of my base is that every building is a farm, and it always has something to do with what the farm is. So here's the library. And it's a library because it produces sugarcane, which makes paper. So all the paper, this is the sugarcane. And it's got a little tiny library. This one is an office building. It's not thematically connected to the fact that it's a creeper farm. Because this is one of the first ones that I did before I had that sort of rule. But it's got some offices. There's a break room. Little office. See, Griffin, I have an office building too. And in here you can go to the bathroom. And if you flush the toilet, this is the most crass part of my base. You flush the toilet and you go down, and then here's where the here's where the creepers go. And we also have a little skeleton in here, so if the creepers, you can turn off the lava, and then the creepers come down and they don't die. When you open this, and the skeleton shoots at you, and you get records and discs. And so I have a bunch of this. It's kind of cool how this works. The creepers, they spawn here, and the carpets make sure that spiders can't spawn, and then they run away from the cats and into the center area where they die. This big tall building here is the basalt farm. That's a little secret door over here. And if you turn it on, there, it starts producing basalt. And the entire purpose of this tower is that you can watch the TNT fall. And just blows up the basalt and stores it. I agree. I would rather have a specialized farm. It's like duping. I don't like general item duping, but I'm a huge fan of gravity duping because it solves such a specific problem in such a cool way. I love the secret door that takes you to an area that's totally visible. In here, we have our mushroom stem farm. So this is mostly used for mushroom stems for map making. Because they produce the same color as cobwebs, but they're much easier to get. So in this farm, you plant the mushrooms, they grow up, the cap gets blown up, and the mushrooms from the cap go in here. And the stems get pushed out to the side and into the parking garage where they build up until you find them out with silk touch. This is my experimentation with gradients in this building. We have the Arboretum. It's just a nice little relaxing place to be. It's just... We have these beacons, which do double duty of looking cool and protecting you from dying when you use the explosive farms. We have the art museum, where we display all of our map art. So this is one that somebody from 8-Bit designed. This is one that Mara did of Joseph Brooks, who runs the server. These are more Mara art. This is, hopefully you know who this is. If you don't, go follow the Hot Dish on twitch.tv. This is Joe's favorite character from Stardew Valley. This is the old Windows logo. And this is my first map art. This is the screenshot that I took with shaders and then made into a map. And these are the cats. And this is one of my favorite rooms that I've designed on this server. Looks so cool from the outside with the trapdoors. This is update suppressed water. If you place a block next to it, it'll be ruined, and I will be annoyed with you, so don't do that. This here is like a... Thanks, Griffin. I appreciate it. This here's the lava farm. So with this lava farm, you fill your inventory. You grab buckets. You turn on the farm. And then you just have yourself use the bucket. And it grabs the lava as it goes by. And the lava buckets go up here into the shulker loader, which does appear to be working, thankfully. And then the cauldrons, they cycle through the upper 2 layers. So they go up to the top. And you can see the empty ones coming in. And they're going to be filled with lava by the time they go down. There's a couple hundred. I mean, right now they're all full because they've been sitting there. I think they're like half of them are like full when it's in normal operation. No, it's not quite continuous because it's just been sitting, right? So they're all full, but when it's in continuous operation, they don't all fill. Like here, only one is filled. That pushes them in, and then when the row is full, it pushes them out to the side. I think I'm missing a couple, did I? Oh, okay. I think it's out of buckets. You would have to make the farm significantly larger for it to be truly continuous. Why is that out of buckets? Oh, because we used them all. Okay, we need more buckets. And then this one, this is designed to look like a building that's just split in half. And it is my favorite farm. This is my universal tree farm. And unlike most universal tree farms, because it's basically a brute force kind of thing, I think it will stay universal. Let's see, what have we configured for at the moment? I have to configure the item filter for the right type of... Okay, we're configured for spruce. Okay, so let me grab the spruce then. Oh, don't challenge them, Eve, because they will. Okay, let's see. Remove armor, empty offhands. Check for the luck block. Good. No. And then just plants the saplings and blows up the trees. And because it doesn't depend on a particular shape of the tree, it just goes. This thing produces more cobblestone. This thing produces more cobblestone than anything else. It's a cobble farm that happens to produce logs. It blew up a couple of times, Eve. Because, so for certain types of trees, this particular obsidian block here will prevent the tree from growing. And because of that, I changed it out for a waterlogged leaf block, which is mostly a reliable solution. But because I felt fancy, I used a cherry leaf. And the problem with the cherry leaf is that it counts as a flower for the purposes of certain trees producing bee nests. And so what would happen is, eventually, after a couple of hours of continuous operation, it would generate a bee nest in just the wrong spots. And then this piston here would reach push limits, and the TNT wouldn't be able to get pushed out, and then the farm would blow itself up. Very sad. I had to use replay mod to figure that one out. Oh my. And yet it does. As is the flowering azalea leaf. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is the spruce. Yeah, okay. Do that. You take off your armor because the beacon will keep you alive, but the damage will still damage your armor if you're wearing it. So no armor. Okay. Next up on the tour, we have... Yes, because this farm is such a pain in the ass to fix if it breaks. It's one of those things that, like, I probably trust you, but if it breaks, I want to be the one that broke it because I don't want to be upset at anyone else. This here is the villager trader. I decided to make it a cruise ship. Because, hey, if I'm going to enslave villagers, I may as well give them a good time. So here's the cruise ship. They live in style. The theater is... Thanks, Photon. The theaters where you watch the screen, which also happens to be the nether portal, which I haven't hooked up to a tunnel yet. um, so then you go up, and on this level you have zombies, and so you can hit the lever, and then the villager comes down, and then the zombie comes and kills it, inverts it, and then you can conveniently put it back. This is less useful with the newer mechanics, but it's good to have in the past. But here are the staterooms, so they can sleep in their beds and work at their workstations. And they're trapped in there because of the carpet. And then up here you can see how much I love the end rods. Here is the swimming pool and the entirely overrun villager breeder. I made the beds lure the babies in here to the villager breeder, and I made them like that. I guess the nicer quarters or something. Because here you get a little bit more space. But these beds are detectable by the baby villagers and lure them into the hole. It's fun. Thanks, Griffin. Then I believe it's on the second floor. The second. We go this way. Took me forever to learn how to fly down this hall. Here's the bridge. Runs on Windows. And it's dedicated to a sigil. It would, Griffin, if it went anywhere. Down here's the pumpkin farm, except we don't really use it because we have all of the emeralds we could ever need from a raid farm. So there's a reason I use Linux. But all of the emeralds we could ever need from a raid farm. So that too, that too. But in case we would need to trade for emeralds, we have this farm. Next up on the tour, the most truly unhinged farm on the server. We should fly out there so we can go over the new bridge. Um, no? Just never occurred to me. So eventually the highway's gonna come this way and into the city. But for now, it's just this bridge. And that's it. But I do dearly love the way that it came out. Indeed, the cash money. Okay, so here's the unhinged farm. As if the rest of it wasn't unhinged enough. Um, Minecraft has a mechanic where if you have a cat and you own the cat and it sleeps on your bed at night, then, like if you go to bed, it'll sleep on the foot of the bed, and in the morning it has a 70% chance of giving you a gift. Okay? So, if you have multiple cats, only one of them will sleep on the bed and give you a gift. If a cat is sitting, it will not get on the bed and it will not give you a gift. However, if you have multiple cats that are not sitting, but otherwise cannot reach the bed, they will all have a 70% chance of giving you a gift. So there's about 100 cats in here, and if I sleep in this bed, I get about 70 gifts. This mechanic was used by Il Mango in his Peaceful series, because one of the things that's very difficult to get in Peaceful mode is string. And so this was the string farm, because there's no way to get it from spiders. So, cat farm it is. The reason I built this was because ages ago, back when bundles were first considered for the game, they were made of rabbit hide. And I wanted to sell bundles in my shop, so I was planning ahead to get a lot of rabbit hide. And this is the easiest way to do it, since actual rabbit farms are pain. And then when they finally did get around to adding bundles, it was just leather. So this farm really has no reason to exist. Except that with insomnia turned off, it's the only way to get phantom membranes. So yeah, the main use of this farm is phantom membranes and rabbit traps. And then if we keep going, we reach the area that I want to turn into my desert city. It's going to be kind of SoCal inspired. The only thing here right now is my supermarket. So this is a dripstone farm. And the glacier cutter here does double duty, because not only does it look cool, but it also, if you go inside, go through the loading dock. It prevents these flying machines from sticking when they go and harvest the dripstone. So the flying machines just go and they break the dripstone, and then the dripstone comes in and gets in the chests. Not yet. So that is going to be out here somewhere. I'm actually going to build it underground, and I'm going to build a garden over it. Let's see, I want to go this way. It's just a couple more builds to show. Joe has been wanting to wait till the next update because he wants to play with the Happy Guest. So right now there's no reason to build a cactus flower farm because there's no cactus flowers. This here is one of my favorite building projects because I pushed myself really hard to do something different and something bigger than I had done before. So this here is the Wither Skeleton Farm. And I imagined an entire Wither biome that had been corrupted by the Wither. And so there's this temple here. Doesn't really have lore, but it does have a skeleton face. And the skeletons come from the nether into here. They get killed. And then the rest of the island is just brown soil, and it's these trees that I made with black glass and glow lichen. And it has this nether star reflecting pool because of the wither, and this little bridge, and tucked away over here in the corner is my glow lichen farm. People have been joking ever since the new update that I got the Pale Forest before my Ingen. Or the Pale Garden. And then the rest of my builds are in the shopping district. Ah. I have been at this for 4 years. I joined this world. The world is 10 years old, 11 years old at this point. I joined 4 years ago and have been at work off and on since then. But I couldn't really get involved if I knew it was temporary. So this here is the shopping district. The theme is blocks, so we have a bookshelf, we have a loom, which is my shop. The loom sells art supplies and other decorative items. I think there's a banner pattern that I don't have that I need to put. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, I have these banners for sale. I have flags. I have random designs. I have pride flags. I have these things. I have the alphabets. I got banners. I got dies. Miscellaneous goods. Every kind of flower. Almost every kind of flower. I was doing Forever Worlds before Forever Worlds were cool. I'm a Forever World hipster. This is my potion shop, which, to my knowledge, has never made a single sale. But it's obviously brewing sand. And then this here is a smithing table, and it's the community smithing temple library. So Mara and I think Eve, went out and got all of the different smithing templates. Silence took a while. And we just put like models of them in here. And so now you can go and get the template you want to duplicate it. And there's no fee, but like you have to pay diamonds to duplicate it because that's what the recipe is. But there's no fee on top of that. And so you can decorate your armor however you want. And if you accidentally use the template, first of all, don't. Second of all, I have backups at the art museum. And then this azalea bush over here is a recreation of the Faithful 32 azalea texture. And it is a moss farm. So you have the moss farm up here and then the storage. I just like the mood of this place. So cozy. Like a tree house. Over here we have the Pasadena City Hall, which is just sort of decorative at this point. I didn't build this. What I did build is the Star Destroyer that's blowing up the City Hall. Joe wanted to replace the roof with the new copper blocks once they came out. And so I decided to give him a little helping hand and just blow up the existing roof. Yeah, inside here, there's a little TIE fighter. This is mostly someone else's design, but I did come up with the idea to add the sea lanterns in here so it looks like the real thing for the movies. It's kind of a pain to get up there, but if I go in here, you can see on the bridge that the Empire 2 runs on Windows. Mm-hmm. Welcome in, Ancients. No wonder they didn't have moving targets, they still use Windows 98. That's the logo from Windows 3.1. Or like Windows pre-95. Okay, more rockets. Let's see. Ooh, I can show you the Mario tunnel. So we have this whole Mario themed area. It's just a cobblestone farm and a couple of other farms that are defunct now. But we never had a proper tunnel to it. And so one day, I decided to build a Mario pipe. And if you go in this pipe, okay, you have to understand, I've never played the game. I've never played Mario, whatever it was. So I'm just going off a YouTube video. But if you go in the pipe, then you have this like underground level with the like rotating fire things. These are done with armor stands. And then you come out in the castle, like you do in the game, or something like that. That's a castle that looks vaguely like this in the game. I don't know what it's about, but then we have 2 Mario pipes, and we have the Pow Block. This is the cobble farm. Mm-hmm. I try to make things interesting on the server. Let's see. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but I'm also very tired. I was gonna end stream an hour ago. Okay, let's look through these books real quick. Um, we do have the bamboo farm. We all have seen that. Um, okay. I think I've shown everything that's worth seeing. And I'm very tired, so if I have forgotten something, then I'll show it to you another day. Thank you, Griffin, for the raid. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around. I really appreciate it. If you would like to join my Discord, like Griffin, I will only ping you for streams. Oh, no, I'm having fun. But I will only ping you for streams if you sign up for the role. But exclamation point Discord, here's the Discord you can join if you like. And yeah, I think it's time to find someone for me to raid. Let's go see if anyone from 8-Bit is online. As usual. Oh. Anyone I'm following? Okay, we are gonna go raid somebody because I'm finally on late enough that I can do this. We're gonna go raid somebody who I found on YouTube. He's a cool guy. He's like me, a clever redstoner and a builder. And he built a really cool minecart based gold mine that was. I mean, of course, there's designs for this all over the place, but this was one that was specifically cool because because of the way that he integrated into a build. Um, anyway, so I've been a fan of him. We're gonna go raid Oath. I'm not sure how to pronounce his name honestly. Um, but yeah, we're gonna go say hi to him because his content's worth checking out. Um, yeah, there's the link to the Discord if anybody wants to follow, and I will see you next time. Thanks for being here.